I give the call to the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, grievance debate.
The question is that the grievances be noted, and I give the call to the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And the first issue that I'd like to speak on today is the offshore wind farm off the coast of Warrnambool and Port Fairy. Now, as the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Chris Bowen, knows, my community does not want this offshore wind farm placed right next to a whale breeding zone. As a matter of fact, a breeding zone of a whale which is on the extinction list. And Minister Bowen has said, and he said this last week when he was asked a question by myself in the Parliament, if an application is in the wrong place, it won't be approved, whether it's for renewable energy or anything else. That's how it should be. Well, I say to Minister Bowen, now that you have made it very clear in the Parliament that that is your view, so i.e. you've said it under oath in the Parliament, we look forward to you acting on it. Because as you know, and as the Minister knows, there was no environmental study done before he placed this zone off the coast of Warrnambool and Port Fairy. They didn't do any sort of assessment of what the potential environmental impacts might be, whether it be on whales, whether it be on birds, seabirds. Instead, he just plonked this offshore wind farm zone off the coast of Port Fairy and Warrnambool and didn't do due diligence with regards to consultation with the community. And as we found out through FOI requests, his department had said to him, you need to be very careful about doing this for exactly the reason that we want it stopped. The environmental consequences will be significant if he goes ahead with this, let alone the economic consequences, because as we are finding out right across the globe, offshore wind is expensive. It's one of, if not the most expensive form of energy anywhere. And we've already seen electricity bills go up by 39% under this government, while emissions have flatlined. So you've got a double whammy policy which is failing on your cost of living and failing on doing anything about emissions. How can this minister still be in his job, seriously? But more importantly, or as important, he's putting now offshore wind farms in places where they have no right to be. And now that you've said that it's quite clear that they shouldn't go in areas which will have a significant impact on biodiversity, then now let's hear you practice what you preach, Minister Bowen. Let's scrap this offshore wind farm once and for all and keep my constituents, especially around Warrnambool and Port Fairy, happy. Deputy Speaker, it's hard to believe, but the fire season is upon us. And fortunately, in Western Victoria, even though we'd had a very, very tough period of 12 to 18 months of very dry weather, we have seen good rain over the last 2 to 3 months. We've seen good grass growth, but what that means is, as a community, we now have to get ready for the summer. We obviously had the devastating bushfires in the Grampians last summer, so we are fully aware of the dangers of bushfires in Western Victoria. But we have to prepare for this coming summer. Now, obviously, as the Country Fire Authority knows, and especially those wonderful volunteers, we have to be fire ready. So I say to everyone who is still a volunteer member of the CFA, and the Victorian State Government have done everything they can to turn people away in their hundreds. Those who still are like I am, it's time to do your minimum skills training, and it's time to make sure, if you're a landholder, that you've done the preparatory work to be able to protect your property from fire. Because whether we like it or not, Christmas is coming at us at 1,000,000 miles, and we've got to make sure what we always have to do in the country, and that's to prepare for the summer fire season. So get yourself ready, and if you still volunteer, make sure that you've got your minimum skills. So if we get the worst, we can make sure that we're there taking action to protect our communities. Deputy Speaker, I've been travelling around my electorate the last few weeks, doing listening posts, trying to hear what is of concern to my constituents. And as I spoke of yesterday in this Parliament, roads and the state of the roads, the number of potholes which continue to increase, is the number one concern. But it's followed closely by cost of living. People are saying to me, how can they deal with the cost of groceries? How can they deal with the cost of insurance? How can they deal with the cost of electricity, which has gone up by 39%, the cost of gas, which has gone up by over 20%? They want some sort of relief. And all they're seeing at the moment is a continuation in the fall in their living standards. They're starting to know and understand that Australia has seen the biggest fall in living standards of any country in the OECD. And when you put on top of that these cost pressures which show no end of ending, people are hurting. So my message to the Prime Minister, it's all well and good doing what you're doing overseas, but you have to have a laser-like focus of what is happening on the ground here in Australia. And cost of living remains a key concern to people. And I will continue to hold you to account for the fact that my communities are continuing to struggle with the cost of living, because nothing your government is doing is seeking to ease those cost of living pressures. And people want them addressed. Deputy Speaker, one of the great days on my calendar every year is when I host the Wannon Sport and Volunteer Awards. People are nominated from right across the wonderful Wannon electorate, and they come together, and we always do it the same way. We do the wonderful people who volunteer in and around our sporting clubs, and then the wonderful people who volunteer for our community organisations. And we'll usually get 250, 300 people at both the morning and the afternoon events. And you hear the stories of what people do who volunteer in our communities, and it never ceases to amaze me. It is the most humbling day that I have on my calendar right throughout the year, because these people don't want any credit for what they do. They don't want the accolades, they don't want the applause. But when you're able to recognise them, you can just see the joy that it brings to them, because they absolutely love what they do, and they love what they do because they love their communities, and that just shines out. Now, I'll be hosting my Sport and Volunteer Awards again in November. I can't wait. We've got wonderful nominations from right across the electorate again. And can I say to everyone who has been nominated, I can't wait to see you on the day. I can't wait to be able to congratulate you for everything that you've done for our wonderful communities, because you deserve that recognition, you've earned that recognition, and this is a small way that our communities can say a huge thank you to you. Because without volunteers, our country communities wouldn't be as strong as they are. And they're as strong as any community in Australia is. As a matter of fact, I would say we are stronger because I think our ethos of volunteering is stronger. So a huge thank you, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Reid.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. All of us come to this place to make sure that we are creating a better world for future generations. Unfortunately, not all governments have had that at the forefront of their mind. It is hard to be a young person in Australia. They're studying longer, they're juggling multiple jobs, they're paying more for housing, food and other necessities. Yet they're feeling further away from basic milestones that once defined the cornerstone of Australian life. For many young people, home ownership feels out of reach. Stable employment feels uncertain. The promise of a secure climate and healthy planet is no longer taken for granted. And let's be clear, this didn't happen by accident. It's the result of a decade of neglect and deliberate sabotage by the former Liberal National Government. 10 years where wages flatlined, 10 years where housing affordability went backwards, 10 years where university and TAFE fees went up, 10 years where climate change was seen as an inconvenience instead of the defining challenge of our generation. But unlike those opposite, who continue to ignore and demean young people, Labor is listening and delivering. Unfortunately, Sydney is the second least affordable housing market in the world, only second to Hong Kong. The challenges in the housing market have been brewing for decades. It is too hard to build, too hard to buy, and too expensive to rent. And that's why Labor went into the election with a promise to expand the First Home Guarantee Scheme. And as of the 1st of October, every single first home buyer around this country is now eligible to get into the housing market with just a 5% deposit, supported by the Albanese government. So no matter your income, no limits on placements. With the First Home Guarantee Scheme, a young couple in Sydney would save an average 11 years to get into the property market and $23,000 in lender's mortgage insurance. And we didn't just deliver our promise, we delivered 3 months early. Because Labor also recognises that we need to increase housing supply and build more homes. The Albanese Labor government is investing $43 billion to build more homes for Australians. We've established the Housing Australia Future Fund, a $10 billion investment that will build 30,000 new social and affordable homes over 5 years. And Labor governments, both at the federal and state levels in New South Wales, are making it easier to build homes by cutting red tape and approving development applications. We are building more homes, making it better and easier to rent, and backing first home buyers. Meanwhile, what is the record of those opposite? For most of the decade that the Liberals and Nationals were in government, they didn't care enough about housing affordability to have a housing minister. In the decade that they were in, the Liberals only built 373 social and affordable housing. And when they were finally dragged kicking and screaming into pretending to have a viable housing policy, what was the solution from those opposite? To let young Australians raid their superannuation for a home deposit, to erode their retirement savings and rob them of security later in life, forcing them to choose between a home today or retirement in the future. And they went to not just one but 2 elections with that same failed idea. As if we've learnt nothing over the last few months, the Coalition either have refused to learn those important lessons from the election or are just refusing to recognise the realities. The Liberals didn't just stop at making it harder for a young person to buy a home, they also made it harder to afford an education. The Job Ready Graduate Scheme, introduced by the Morrison government, didn't do any of the things that it was supposed to do, didn't improve job outcomes like they promised, didn't boost enrolment in priority areas like they promised, didn't deliver value for students like they promised. They neglected, undermined and underfunded the tertiary education sector. But Labor is taking bold, practical steps that would genuinely ease the burden on young people. Starting in a few weeks, every young person with a student debt will see a 20% cut in their student debt, backdated to 1 June this year. That's $16 billion in student relief for over 3 million young Australians. So many in my electorate will benefit from this. That's in addition to delivering a fairer repayment system. We've already delivered a fix to the broken indexation system. No more is student debts growing faster than your wages. And from this financial year, students and graduates won't have to start repaying their student loans until they earn around $67,000 a year. So it means that you start paying down your debt when you can afford to do so. On climate and the environment, in 2020, the Samuel Review warned that Australia's environmental laws were failing. It said urgent reform was needed to stop the decline of our natural environment. And who was the Environment Minister when that review landed? The Leader of the Opposition. And what did she do? Nothing. The report sat on a shelf while species disappeared and the Australian community lost faith in the system meant to protect our environment. Now Labor is finally acting. We are introducing the Nature Positive Bill, the biggest environment reform in 2 decades. It will finally establish an independent federal environment protection agency, strengthen protection for the environment, deliver transparency in our environmental planning approval system. And despite all of this, the opposition leader's initial embrace of the review from when she was the Minister for Environment, the opposition continues to oppose real action on the climate and environment. And Professor Graham Samuel described the opposition leader's opposition as a political game, and that it made him feel bitterly disappointed, frustrated, and frankly a little angry. And I share those sentiments. Despite what the opposition, and indeed all of us have heard from young voters regarding action on climate change and the environment, the opposition continues to dither and obstruct. Labor has set a new 2035 emissions target, 60 to 72% cut from 2005 levels, backed by record investments in renewables, green hydrogen and clean industries. The Liberal and National parties are still trying to figure out if climate change is real and whether they want to support a net zero policy. There is so much infighting around this within the coalition that they are tearing each other apart. We, on this side of the House, have accepted that climate change is happening, that government has a role to play to act, and that we need to work with the private sector to do so. And that is exactly what we are doing. Those opposite continue to play politics, and the Albanese Labor government is getting on with the job of building more homes, cutting student debt, protecting our environment and climate, because young Australians deserve a government that listens, acts, delivers, and under Labor, that is exactly what they will get. Because all of us in this place come in to our roles to ensure that we are building a better future for all Australians, but particularly for young Australians. And so to all young Australians across the country, the message is very clear. The Coalition do not have your back. They haven't had so for a really long time. The Labor government does. We're committed to improving our environment, to ensuring that you have good quality education, that you are not saddled with debt when you graduate, and we're determined to act on climate change.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to discuss a matter of national importance concerning an iconic Australian town, the opal capital of the world, Coober Pedy. Coober Pedy has a population of approximately 2,000 people. It is located in the far north of South Australia, 850 kilometres north of Adelaide and 680 kilometres south of Alice Springs. Opal was first discovered in February 1915, and in 1920 the official name of the town was chosen. The name Coober Pedy is an anglicisation of the Aboriginal phrase Cooper Pity, often translated as white man in a hole. It's a name that speaks to the history of grit, complex issues, innovation, and the unique spirit required to work in the harsh South Australian outback. And what a history it has. Yet, Speaker, I don't say this lightly. If governments don't start taking the plight of this regional centre seriously, Coober Pedy could well just be just history. Today, Coober Pedy stands not as a beacon of outback triumph, but as a stark, unforgiving symbol of what happens when remote communities fall between the cracks. It is a portrait of high costs, declining services, community fatigue, and bureaucratic abandonment. The people of Coober Pedy are some of the most resilient Australians I have ever met. They are a community that simply wants to get on with it. Get on with rebuilding their local government systems, and get on with teaching the next generation the invaluable skills of opal cutting, grading, and mining. That is the soul of the town. But they're being tied up, not by their work ethic or passion, but by government red tape and neglect. This is why I stand here demanding answers. Last week in Coober Pedy, I took the pledge to take this fight to Canberra, and I am proud to be joined in this urgent call for action by a man who knows this region well, who understands the frustrations and who is absolutely committed to delivering a fair deal for the outback, the Liberal candidate for Stewart, Leon Stevens. Leon is not a man for a photo op. He's committed to taking up Coober Pedy's fight and forcing a real plan for change, not another raft of reviews. Leon is right when he says that people here are dealing with something they do not deserve. Earlier this month, the true cost of the state Labor government's unimaginable financial waste, namely the $498 million loss on hydrogen in Whyalla. And that was laid bare by the Auditor General. It makes me sick to think of what a fraction of that cost could do in Coober Pedy for essential services, particularly power and water. A mere 10% of that could have changed the lives of the entire community, but instead it went to the Premier's pet project in Whyalla that has not even commenced. Speaker, this is a disgrace, and Leon Stevens and I are demanding a fair go for this hard-working town. So where to from here? Well, we need plans, not promises. First, we are demanding a generally funded state and federal task force for Coober Pedy. The task force must deliver critically upgraded water and electricity infrastructure. The residents face constant failures, undrinkable water, ageing pipelines and crippling costs, 3 times more than what you would pay in Adelaide. Attached to this must be transparency on costs and timelines. The immediate yet feasible restoration of the elected local government in Coober Pedy. Now, the council's been in administration since 2019. This community must have its voice back. There is no publicised plan for the financial exit from administration, and this uncertainty is splitting the community. Second, we must provide funding tied to training and employment programs. The local industry is rich with knowledge. The best opal cutters in the world are right there, ready to teach local youth about presentation and grading. Yet we are told that the government has refused to use the local TAFE. They are refusing to use the TAFE due to outdated machinery. I'll bet my last dollar that the pencil pushers in Adelaide that make that decision haven't even seen an opal mine in action. The very skills that define Coober Pedy are at risk of being lost. We need a review of this TAFE decision and proper pathways into trade, opal cutting, tourism operations and other local industry opportunities. We need to heed the miners who say they cannot afford to lose those skill sets. Third, we must address isolation. We need to secure air services and upgrade the airport to maintain connectivity. And we need a targeted support for outback roads to keep station access viable and local pastoralists and businesses open. Fourth, we must strengthen volunteer and emergency services. We need clear recruitment, pathways, incentives and dedicated funding to retain the essential personnel for police, ambulance and MFS. The shortage or blatant lack of essential services from aged care to dental care, childcare, is a failure of responsibility by all involved. Fifth, a clear plan to hold the state government to account for the delays, particularly the financial plan to exit council administration and the water infrastructure strategy. The community must know the timelines and details. This has gone on for too long. Sixth, fairer costs for residents. Remote living should not equate to paying 3 times more for water or being subjected to utility practices deemed unjust by the Ombudsman. Speaker, Coober Pedy shows us that when governments treat remote communities as afterthoughts, the social, economic and human consequences mount. This is a great town with a warm, resilient soul, and I would hate for a series of bad decisions by government to result in that great soul being stripped away. Regional Australia should not be the backyard for neglect. Coober Pedy deserves better. Remote communities deserve to know that they will not follow the same path as the town of Binterby, which was closed by the state government in 2019. Regional communities and remote communities deserve to know that their contribution to this nation isn't just remembered, it is valued. Remote communities deserve to be able to continue their mining routes and share their skills with the world. Remote communities deserve educational facilities, places where young people learn to thrive, not just survive. And remote communities deserve real solutions, not lip service and stop-throughs by pollies on the way to photo ops. The time for words is over. Someone needs to step in and deliver a clear pathway out of this situation. We need to show some empathy towards this community and get this problem solved quick. I urge all parties to support the demands for action and to recognise that investing in Coober Pedy is an investment in the unique spirit of our entire nation. The history of Coober Pedy should not end now. Speaker, regional and remote neglect in South Australia is unfortunately nothing new. In September this year, I had the pleasure of listening to Hari Haripriya Kayan, a data scientist for the demographics group who presented to Regional Development South Australia on some of the issues facing people in my electorate of Grey. As I expected, it was bleak. Regional SA plays an enormous role in the nation's economy, but the data presented confirm that regional growth is deeply unequal. We cannot tolerate a future where metropolitan SA thrives while the regions continue to struggle. We cannot tolerate a future where the areas that generate a quarter of the state's GRP are starved of the essential resources they need to prosper. Our most critical challenge is the workforce crisis. We have an ageing population, and we face a threat in replacing the 170,000 workers expected to exit the regional labour market over the next decade. Speaker, if we fail to solve this, $65 billion worth of identified regional investment in mining, industry and agriculture will stagnate. We must address the key drivers of population attraction, housing affordability and access to essential services, including health and education. I urge this government to look after all Australians, not just those in our cities. We need a targeted, honest commitment to building infrastructure and housing, unlock skills pathways and deliver place-based solutions that transforms our regional and rural and remote towns, like Coober Pedy, from remote outposts into vibrant, competitive centres of opportunity. South Australia's prosperity depends on it. Looking at these issues back to back, regional inequality and the plight of Cooper Pedy tells a tale. It tells a tale of state and federal governments out of touch with the country and out of touch with real hard-working Australians. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to spend a few moments reflecting on the 40th anniversary of the Uluru Handbag. I want to thank the Anagu traditional owners for welcoming the Prime Minister, the Minister for the Environment and myself, including some of my colleagues from the Northern Territory Parliament. I want to thank the Anagu for their grace, for their hope, for their strength. Uluru is a place of immense importance in our national fabric. This landmark is also known across the world as an emblem of Australia. It attracts tourists and visitors from all over the country and from all walks of life. People come because Uluru holds a unique power, and anyone who has visited can attest that it is a sacred place. The Anagu have protected this place for countless generations, and to them, their custodianship of Uluru has never been in question. Yet their legal right to this ancient landmark was only recognised 40 years ago. This recognition under Australian law, or whitefella law, took many decades of struggle and advocacy. It's incredibly hard to describe First Nation people's connection to their country. Severing First Nation people from their country is like a person going blind. You still exist in this place, but you are cut off from your senses. Your ability to understand and interact with the world around you is greatly impacted. That's why the Uluru Handbag was so important. It was an act to make the Anagu people feel whole again. The Australian spirit I saw on display over the weekend was not a spiteful one. It was one where Aboriginal and a number of non-Aboriginal people came together to celebrate an important milestone. It was the first time a Prime Minister celebrated this important milestone, and having the PM there was an important symbol of this government's commitment to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, to say we are behind you in the fight for recognition. As the Prime Minister said, this fight is not linear. It takes twists and turns, it holds successes and many failures. Going back to Uluru reminded me of this. It is a place I've been many times before, but most recently in 2023, just before and prior to the referendum. While we all accept the outcome of the referendum, the journey forward is not over. The words of the Uluru statement still ring loud and clear. I was at Uluru in 2017 with the hundreds of First Nation delegates from all over this great continent. I felt the hope and the resilience that was still in the air. That longing and desire to forge a better and more just country, a country that has reckoned with its history, has not diminished. As a representative of the dozen of remote communities which overwhelmingly voted yes, it is my duty to continue advocating for a path forward. To me, that path lays in truth-telling. As we saw at Uluru, celebrating First Nation cultures enriches all of us. It brings people together in a way we can be proud of. But this celebration has to be meaningful, and it has to be genuinely there to uplift First Nation people. A recent example of what this celebration could and should look like unfolded in Alice Springs. Not enough is done to remind Australians what an extraordinary place Alice Springs is. For so many people throughout the country and the world who are interested in Indigenous art and culture, it is a place worth visiting and celebrating. Perhaps the best starting point is to understand that Aboriginal people and culture have endured in the heart of our mostly arid continent. Against all odds, and on the 23rd of May 2000, there was a determination that the rights of the Mparntwe, Anchul and Ilpa estate groups had survived the imposed establishment of an urban population centre on their country. Although by the mid-20th century, native title had been extinguished throughout much of that area, the determination made it clear that the significance of sacred sites, the authority of custodians to protect them, was reaffirmed. The vulnerability of such sites under Northern Territory legislation had been revealed in 1992, when the Northern Territory government of the day would have destroyed the important Todd River sites if it hadn't been for Commonwealth ministerial override. Consistent with the results in the last federal election, the recent Alice Springs Town Council elections, the people of Alice Springs are progressive, they're multicultural and mutually respectful. They want to see business development and opportunities for everyone, but at the same time recognise and in fact seek to leverage Alice's unique circumstances. It is a native title town which is the hub for constellation of remote Aboriginal communities spread throughout Central Australia. This aspect of Alice Springs' contemporary character features the interconnection of Aboriginal culture from different groups across various regions and value adds to what would be an otherwise extremely limited local economy. Many tourists come to Central Australia specifically because of this cultural context. Everyone loves Indigenous art. Most Indigenous art is sourced from the worldview of what in Central Australia they call Jukapa. There are other equivalent terms throughout the country. This worldview substantially links together particular living human stories about how the country was formed and shaped and obligations of ownership and protection. Understanding this art requires acknowledging how Aboriginal people have been impacted by history, both distant and recent. In other words, Aboriginal art is not a mere decoration, but a true appreciation of it involves opening up to truth-telling about ownership of country under traditional law and custom, and a willingness to understand the ongoing structural conflicts which arise as a result of that appropriation of that land. Discussions about these things should not be shied away from as divisive or uncomfortable. They are a necessary pathway to reconciliation. Reconciliation is a destination where all Australians can embrace and celebrate the heritage which Aboriginal Australians have bequeathed to this nation. Which is why it is disappointing to hear the current Northern Territory Government Treasurer and some others recently speak and remove the partnership about the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Art Gallery of Australia as if it was a Bunnings site, a box to be ticked in order to promote foot traffic through the Alice Springs Mall. The Northern Territory Government's downscaling of the building and sacred sites concerns and proximity of proposed site to a commercial alcohol and gaming machine business which profits from Aboriginal people were dismissively shrugged off. Many years ago, many people in Alice Springs started a campaign for a national Aboriginal art gallery in Alice Springs. They pointed out that if done right, this could be a magnet and an important one for interest and visitors both nationally and internationally. There must be opportunities that we need to look at. I think continue to work with the federal government, the state government, but also that community to see that we all need to come together and that the commercial potential for Alice Springs for the establishment of such a centre is still high, no matter where this could be. Tourists who go to the centre will always end up going up to the Todd Mall, even if we put it somewhere else and would spend money. The whole town would benefit. The whole town would not benefit from a crash or crash-through approach to the construction of a purported cultural attraction at a location which would see it damned as culturally toxic by senior Arrernte custodians. Common sense, cultural sense and a commercial sense must prevail. These considerations do not have to be in opposition to each other. We have an opportunity here, federally, state, local, community, to all work together to advance a national agenda of truth-telling and reconciliation and to significantly expand and enhance the economy of Alice Springs and Central Australia. keeping faith with the vision of Aboriginal people will deliver for Alice Springs and for our nation, which is so important. The objective and responsibility to this community will be to do what I can as their federal representative, a commitment to Alice Springs that respects the town, its history and its people. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to ask what happened to choice in our country? When did we decide that Canberra knows best, with unelected bureaucrats who live far, far away from communities like mine, somehow best placed to decide what ordinary Aussies do in their homes, their businesses and their communities? It's a lens through which I come to look at most policies of government, because I'm a live and let live kind of guy after all. And I honestly believe that an important part of the Australian psyche still holds that we simply don't want to be told what to do all the time. So when we come to the issue of emissions reduction, it seems that this government has decided that it knows better than every Australian, or more egregiously, that perhaps it doesn't trust those Australians to do the right thing in their own circumstances. So rather than leaving it to each Australian to decide when an electric vehicle suits their needs, whether for commuting, recreation with the caravan or boat, or even to suit their work, whether it be on the construction site or on the back paddock. No, this government decided to impose taxes on folks who chose internal combustion engine cars. Indeed, pushing up the cost of a new Ford Ranger, one of Australia's best-selling cars, by some $14,000 by 2029. Worse still, the assumed sales of electric vehicles are failing to meet the government's expectations. In the month of September, 8% of vehicles purchased by Australians were battery electric vehicles, which is clearly well less than half of the expected base case uptake of 20%, which begs the question, will this government slug Aussies even more because they chose the wrong sort of car, as our net zero evangelists here in Canberra have dictated? I think the truly criminal part of the government deciding that they know more about what sort of car you should drive is the fact that they've cooked up a scheme of subsidies that makes a Tesla cheaper for a surgeon than a nurse. I mean, I thought Labor was supposed to represent the worker, but here they are running a scheme that gives high-income earners a bigger tax break to buy an EV through a novated lease, and taxpayers are the ones left to foot the bill. So we're taking tax money off a nurse to make a surgeon's novated lease for a Tesla cheaper. Astonishingly, the Parliamentary Budget Office expects this rort to cost some $23 billion over the decade, and yet still the government stands by it. So why can't we end all subsidies, taxes, penalties, and every other way that bureaucrats here in Canberra are trying to direct Aussies as to what sort of car they drive, and just leave it to them? I mean, we know that Australians will make the right choice when it comes to doing their fair share for the environment. We know this because we've seen massive uptake of rooftop solar panels. And the uptake was not due to the subsidies offered by the Howard government, the rebate schemes of the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd years, even the various schemes of the Abbott government. No, rooftop solar took off in Australia around 2017-18 because the capital cost after incentives finally made economic sense, falling below $1 a watt in terms of capital cost. And Australians rallied to open their wallets and do the right thing. So household installations doubled then, and they've continued at breakneck pace. As an aside, in recent years, some troubling questions have emerged that suggest that the manufacturing of solar panels in certain parts of China relies on slaves to achieve their incredibly low cost of production. These reports have come from reputable sources like the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, the BBC, New York Post, and even Australia's Walk Free Foundation. So I wrote to the Climate Change Minister on the 6th of August this year to understand whether the government had satisfied itself that there was no risk of slave labour in solar panel supply chains coming to Australia. 83 days later, I'm still clicking refresh on my inbox, waiting for a response from Minister Bowen. It's pathetic that the government appears to be turning a blind eye to credible reports of slavery because it is so infatuated with its pursuit of net zero. Is the affordability of rooftop solar too good to be true? Mr Bowen's green dreams would leave a dark stain on our national history if these claims were ever validated. Returning to choice, however, I recently sat in a room with 25 to 35-year-old folks from Bunbury and watched as the Shadow Treasurer asked them a simple question. What do you like least about Australia today? Red tape, over-regulation, constantly going for the lowest common denominator, and a nanny state. These statements are from young entrepreneurs who are horrified by the constraints that we've layered upon them. It started with forcing coffee to be sold in cups that say caution, contents may be hot, seriously, and now the mind virus seems to have completely killed off the drive of Australians to build things, to create things and do things. So take my electorate, where a successful young business owner runs a shed building company. He tells me that it takes at least 4 months to get the approvals in place to build a commercial shed and just 7 to 8 days to actually construct it. So just think about that. That's 4 months of plans being shuffled from one desk to another within bureaucracy, creating no value whatsoever, and then just a week for a crack team of tradies to actually build the shed. To say nothing of the truly catastrophic examples like the Bellamy's gold mine, which after years of planning approval work and with more than $1 billion ready to invest, was knocked back. So it's no wonder that more than 4 in 5 jobs created in the last 2 years depend on taxpayer money, and from there it is also no wonder that we're already spending $50,000 a minute on interest that our kids will ultimately pay. It really is un-Australian to rack up the credit card and then give the bill to your kids to pay, especially when we've spent their whole lives telling them what to do, think and say. For another example where we could have embraced choice, take the government's mandatory climate reporting legislation, administered by ASIC, which started on 1 January of this year. Businesses across the nation are now required to document, calculate and estimate their emissions and credits with a level of detail that frankly demands additional staff or compliance specialists. For a large multinational, it's simply the cost of doing business. But for a family-run operator, manufacturer, a local trucking company or a regional retailer,
member to pause. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. time for grievance debate has expired. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 192B. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber stands suspended until 4 p.m. Thank you. Sorry, I should have clarified.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I call the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, Wentworth is home to many communities I care deeply about, including those working in film and television. From production companies and screenwriters to actors, crews and creatives, our local screen industry is a national asset. These creators tell stories that help us understand who we are, reflecting our diversity, our history and our hopes for the future. But these stories are increasingly at risk. Without screen content quotas, our local industry is vulnerable. Screen Australia's 2023-24 report shows a 17.5% drop in Australian titles on TV in just 1 year. Just last month, I met with Wentworth producers Helen Bowden, Richard Harris, Nick Murray and Karen Radsner. They spoke candidly about the chilling effect on investment due to ongoing delays in regulatory reform that has been promised by this Labor government for 3 elections with no action. Since my election in 2022, I've consistently advocated for Australian content quotas alongside groups like Screen Producers Australia, writing to the Minister and raising it in Parliament. The time for delay is over. If we want Australian stories to survive and thrive, we must act now to safeguard the future of our screen industry and the incredible storytellers that bring our culture to life. I find a lot of joy in my job as Wentworth's MPs, especially in meeting the incredible people who call our community home and hearing about the initiatives they're leading. One program I hold close to my heart is CRISP, the Community Refugee Integration and Settlement Program, a government-supported initiative run with Community Refugee Sponsorship Australia. CRISP enables local groups, just ordinary people, to welcome refugee families and support them from day one of their Australian journey. Just last week, I hosted my second community information session on this program. We heard from Blaise Itabello and Lisa Button from CRSA and from some of our own Wentworth community. Camilla, who was part of a group who hosted a refugee family, including Jabal, who spoke to us. Jalal shared the story of his family with us all, which was deeply moving. He talked about the fear of coming to a new country where you know no one, the relief of escaping violence, but the difficulties of restarting your life like this. He told about how significant it had been for him, his wife and his children, to have a group supporting them through everything, and what it meant to be shaping their sense of security and community. Support including everything from airport pickups, complete with handmade signs and big smiles, to help navigating Medicare, Opal cards, and the search for housing. Following the first session I had in 2023, up to 10 groups formed in Wentworth, making it one of the top electorates nationwide in terms of participation. What struck me when I first heard about CRISP was about how much sense it made. It's not just about delivering services, it's about building connection. It enriches our community and strengthens our social fabric. I'm so proud to see that Wentworth continues to lead with compassion.
I thank the member for Wentworth and I call the member for Bean.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. This November, once again, I'll be participating in the Menslink Great Walk. Since 2021, Menslink has hosted 30 CEOs and community leaders to walk the Centenary Trail here in Canberra. Over 5 days, covering 20 to 35 kilometres each day, walkers raised much-needed funds to support young men and their families. Menslink is a great Canberra organisation based in Bean, helping young guys going through challenging times through free counselling, volunteer mentoring and education programs. Over 20 years, they have helped thousands of boys and young men through tough or lonely times. Menslink's programs help improve mental fitness, combat domestic violence, reduce youth suicide, increase respect and positive behaviours, and help create stronger communities. They work well with our school communities. The walk distance alone is impressive. It's longer than the Kokoda track or the distance to the Everest Base Camp. It's a very big walk in which walkers get to talk, share ideas and see parts of Canberra that can only be seen on foot. But it's not just the walk that's impressive. Each walker commits to raise $10,000 for Menslink. I'm pleased to be able to participate in the walk once again, and I'm looking forward to getting my walking shoes on to raise critical funds. I'll be joined by a group of impressive Canberrans who are making an immense contribution to this city. One of the new walkers this year is new Canberran Bill Shorten, the University of Canberra Vice-Chancellor, who's already making the impact on this city. But other walkers include Paul Eccles, Alex Brennan, Michael Hull, Jeremy Archer, Peter Russell, Sarah Hardy, Emily Schumark, Bianya Cray, Jess Peel, Katie Binstock, Michael Badnally, Lachlan Exton, Todd Wright, Julie Dobinson, Rupert Cullen, Phil O'Brien, Teresa Dowling, Jim Roy, Henry Goodwin, Sheridan McGrath, Jacqueline Curtis, Nick McNaughton, Kate Coltis, David French, Frank Lopolato, Sean Duffy, Carrie Leeson, Emma Davidson, Nathan Ross, Aaron Curl, Jack Cavall and Oscar Dillon. Please consider donating if you can. Menslink provides an important service in looking after young men and giving them options and opportunities and making sure that they don't fall through the cracks.
Thank the member for being, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Domestic and family violence remains one of the biggest concerns for voters in Warringah. Last week, I hosted a local roundtable bringing together frontline crisis services, local advocates and men's programs. The discussion reinforced the state of crisis demand for services, and it's just staggering. Northern Beaches Women's Shelter went from assisting 12 women a day in 2020 to now facing demand of over 70 women daily. Last year, they had to turn away over 580 women due to capacity shortages. Mary's House turned away 118 women, not because they didn't need help, but because there was nowhere to go or to help them. Services like Local Kind, Vinnie's and Mary's House provide in-kind support for women, including those on temporary visas. Often they have no working rights, and when they're escaping violence, they are left with no assistance. This places enormous strain on these non-for-profit organisations who already have such stretched resources. We also heard from Mentoring Men, a national volunteer-led peer counselling service. 40% of their conversations with men are about relationships and the challenges they face. Also raised was during the essentially often it happens during key life transitions, including like the birth of a child. And we know anecdotally that the birth of children is often a time when women are particularly vulnerable to violence from their partner, and is actually when rates increase. And so that's why a service like Mentoring Men and these conversations are so essential and desperately need support. Funding remains a major barrier. These services rely heavily on philanthropy, fundraising activities, because ultimately there is government funding shortfall. Mentoring Men faces an immediate $150,000 shortfall and needs $3 million annually for stability. Northern Beaches Women's Shelter receives just $60,000 in government funding against a service cost of nearly $1 million. We cannot fail these essential services, and these are just examples within my community. I appreciate there are many more. They need more than just thoughts and prayers from governments when horrific incidents happen. We need, and during the roundtable, 5 areas emerged that would dramatically move the dial and assist. First and foremost, support for women escaping domestic and family violence who are on partner-linked visas. They need to get access to faster, more efficient resolution of their visa status to ensure that they can access supports like housing and job seeker, and that will free up the funds of non-for-profit organisations currently covering the rest. We need to prioritise prevention and address root causes, making sure there is funding to assist these organisations. Of course, the list is long, and I urge the government to do more.
Thank the member, and I call Minister McBain.
Thank you. I was saddened to learn of the sudden passing of Kevin Blyton in Cooma on the 19th of October. Kevin was the owner of the Capital Radio Network and a familiar face across Eden Monaro. I met with Kevin many times, and he was always warm and friendly and deeply passionate about his work and our community. His journey in radio began as an announcer at 2XL, and at just 19 years of age, he purchased the station. From that bold beginning, he built the Capital Radio Network that many of us listen to today. The network now reaches communities across Eden Monaro through XL FM and Snow FM in the Snowy Mountains, 2CA and 2CC in Canberra, and GN FM and Eagle FM in Goulburn. In 2014, Kevin was inducted into the Commercial Radio Hall of Fame, recognised as one of Australia's most respected radio legends. The award honours outstanding lifetime achievement and contribution to the radio industry, an honour that Kevin truly earned. But his impact extended well beyond radio. The Blighton Group owns Charlotte Pass and Selwyn Snow Resorts, Jindabyne Cinema, Magic Mountain Merimbula and Snowy Mountains Airport, contributing significantly to tourism, recreation and regional development. Selwyn Resort was sadly lost in the Black Summer bushfires, and Kevin poured his heart and soul into rebuilding it. The resort reopened in June 2023. I want to extend my sincere condolences to Kevin's daughter Lucy and all who knew and loved him. Kevin's legacy will continue to echo across the mighty Eden Monero and beyond for years to come. I want to commend the incredible athletes at Delegate Public School in the mighty Eden Monero. Students at Delegate Public School take their athletics very seriously. This year, 4 students, Lily, James, Meyer and Abby, made their way to Sydney for the New South Wales Primary School Athletics Championships. They raced in the mixed 4x100 metre relay. They came 12th out of 20 teams. We had one Year 3 student competing, racing against Years 5 and 6 students. What is truly commendable is Delegate is a town of 300 people, and we had 600 people watching on Facebook to see how these kids went. Well done, guys. You've really shown what it takes to grow up in a regional area and compete with the best and brightest across the state. I want to finally acknowledge the remarkable growth and achievements of the Queanbeyan Croquet Club that I had the pleasure of visiting recently. Just a few years ago, this club only had 16 members. Today, it boasts a vibrant and active membership of 47. And whilst many enjoy the social side of croquet, a growing number excelling in competitive play, travelling across New South Wales, consistently placing in top positions. In the past month alone, Queanbeyan players have secured 2nd place in a national competition in Albury, 1st place in the Nowra Club competition and 2nd in the Young Club competition. The competitive journey only started 3 years ago when they entered the lowest division of New South Wales pennants. Now they're entering divisions in 1st and 2nd divisions, defeating long-term champions.
I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on behalf of Grace Thackeray from my electorate, who was one of the many to participate in the Raise Our Voice program, which this year asked young people, what steps should the government take today to build a better future for young Australians? And this was Grace's response to that question. Good afternoon, Parliament. My name is Grace Thackeray. I'm 18 and I'm from Yarrawonga, which is in the electorate of Nichols, in a regional part of Victoria. Did you know that nearly half of young Australians say they feel unprepared for the future? That's why the steps our government takes today matter so much. First, education must be a top priority. We need modern classrooms, digital tools and well-supported teachers so that every young person is ready for the jobs of tomorrow, no matter where they live. Second, mental health support must improve. Too many young Australians struggle with stress and anxiety. Affordable, accessible services in schools and communities can turn survival into success. Finally, young people deserve a seat at the table. Advisory councils and leadership programs give us the voice in shaping the policies that affect our future. If the government focuses on education, well-being and youth inclusion, we can build a tomorrow where young Australians don't just hope for a better future, they live it. Thank you. I say to you, Grace, and all the other students from the Nichols electorate who participated in the Raise Our Voice Australia this year, thank you. Grace, thank you for your articulate statement. Your message has been heard by the people in this place, and I'm sure will be acted on by both sides of Parliament. Your message about education, mental health and engaging and listening to young people is a message that all of us have heard, and I will do my best to continue to engage with young people around the electorate of Nichols. Thank you very much, Grace. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Nichols and I call the Assistant Minister.
Deputy Speaker, in September, Australia Post informed me of their decision to close the Tuggerah Business Hub, effective on 5 p.m. Wednesday the 22nd of October. The Australia Post Business Hub at Tuggerah offers a vital service for businesses across the coast, opened extended hours and receiving late parcel drop-offs. I was disappointed when Australia Post suggested customers could access nearby retail post offices which don't offer comparable drop-off services and are not open extended hours. In fact, if the hub was to close, the nearest business hub would be in Frenchs Forest, more than 80 kilometres away. Following Australia Post's decision, I met with local businesses, Australia Post staff, union representatives and the Communications Minister. Our campaign to stop the closure reached more than 50,000 people and was backed in by a community petition opposing the closure. After my public call for a meeting, on Friday the 17th of October, the CEO of Australia Post met with me and I presented the views of our community, including from locals and businesses. On Monday the 20th of October, 3 days before the scheduled closure, Australia Post called to inform me that they would keep the Tuggerah Business Hub open for a further 6 months while they monitor customer numbers. This is a pleasing outcome, and I would like to extend my thanks to the community and small businesses who joined me in calling for the business hub to remain open. But our work is not done. I would encourage locals and businesses on the coast to utilise the business hub to demonstrate to Australia Post the value of this service to our community. Deputy Speaker, recently I joined Father Ransom and my mother Barbie for the official reopening of the blessing of the Warrnambool Wellness Centre following an extensive renovation. The centre means a lot to me and my family, as it provided support and care to my late father Grant while he was living with younger onset dementia. I want to thank Centre Coordinator Michelle, Catholic Care and all the staff for the deep care you showed not just my father, but all the people who attend Warrnambool Wellness Centre and their loved ones. Deputy Speaker, the Central Coast Women's Health Centre, affectionately known by locals as Rose Cottage, has celebrated their 30th birthday. For 30 years, Rose Cottage has provided a range of vital health services for women, including pregnancy planning, breast screening, cervical screening, menopause and perimenopause support, counselling and much more. CEO Sarah Foster said, and I quote, "Despite the many obstacles the centre has faced, Rose Cottage has endured and flourished, becoming a cherished part of the social fabric of the Central Coast. Congratulations to all of the staff and the many dedicated volunteers at Rose Cottage for your ongoing work to make sure women on the Central Coast have safe, accessible and affordable care."
Thank the Assistant Minister, and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's an abomination. And the old saying, if it's not broken, don't fix it. We used the old one at our sports club to check the rain. So easy. The new one, not so much. Deputy Speaker, these are some of the comments on my social media pages regarding the Bureau of Meteorology's new website. These comments are not a minority. Social media feeds were filled with negative comments about the BOM's new website as soon as it launched. The new website has left Australians struggling to find basic weather information. Rural and regional communities depend on quick, reliable weather updates. Now, what used to take seconds takes minutes. That's if you can find it. Even after spending who knows how long on this upgrade, the results are clunky, confusing site that is not user-friendly and potentially dangerous when people can't easily access critical weather warnings. I've written to the Minister for Environment seeking confirmation into the Weather Bureau and it's working to fix the website and its functionality, and also asked how much this website upgrade has cost the Australian taxpayer. I also wrote to the Minister in June advocating for a much-needed upgrade of the Bureau's Gladstone radar, known locally as Radar Hill. This ageing radar facility plays a vital role in weather monitoring and early warnings across the vast region, including Gympie to Mackay and inland to Taroom and Emerald. And this supports the harbour and the industrial and agricultural sectors in central Queensland. With the BOM upgrading its sites in Taroom and Mackay with the new S-band Doppler radar towers, it's important that Gladstone, located between these two sites, receives the same investment. The current radar covers key catchments including the eastern Dawson and southern Fitzroy, as well as parts of the Burnett and Colin, making its reliability and accuracy essential for emergency services response and flood preparedness. Extreme Engineering at Gladstone is a Gladstone-based company and is a recognised expert in the field. They have successfully delivered numerous Doppler radar towers across Australia and are the preferred contractor for this work. Their products are Australian-made, supporting local manufacturing and regional jobs, so they would be ideally placed to deliver the Gladstone radar upgrade. The new radar at Gladstone will improve safety and forecasting in the key economic and agricultural region, a project clearly in the national interest. It's time the Minister stepped up and addressed these issues as a matter of urgency, and it's all about safety, productivity and reliability for Central Queensland and the region beyond.
Thank the member for Flynn, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you. Today, I'm delighted to read a speech written by 13-year-old Cliff Hoffman from Shoalhaven Heads. A Year 7 student at Parliamentary High School, Cliff is concerned about the number of potholes around the region and used the Raise Our Voice in Parliament competition to highlight his frustration. Cliff makes some really good points, and I actually agree that our council roads do need fixing. That's why I chose his speech to be read out in federal parliament today. Do you know how much it costs to buy a new tyre when you blow your tyre driving over a pothole? Well, let me tell you, it is not cheap. I am sure you did not know that 7% of the Shoalhaven's roads have terrible underlying pavement conditions and a cost of $133 million to reconstruct to a satisfactory standard. In 2022 and beyond, potholes have led to severe car damage, including bent rims and blown tyres. Potholes are extremely dangerous. My aunt and uncle were driving home one night and a pothole just appeared in front of them. It blew their tyre and they were stuck out in the cold, dark night for 2 hours. Just imagine what could happen to motorbike riders. When I come of age, I want to be able to drive safely and not have to worry about crashing, but for that to happen, we need to seriously come up with a solution to stop this horrifying disaster. No potholes, safe roads, this is what I want to see, what I will see in the next 10 years. How good is that? I couldn't agree more. Thank you, Cliff. Deputy Speaker, I know how important live music is to regional areas, which is why I'm proud to be part of a government that supports events like the Culburra Beach Festival. This year's festival received $39,000 in funding through the Australian Government's Revive Live program designed to support live music. The Culburra Beach Festival has been running since 2011 and provides live entertainment for locals and visitors to the South Coast. At this year's event, I had the privilege of watching a beautiful performance by the students from Culburra Public School singing Cullen Gutty. The Food of Love Choir was also a joy to watch. More than 30 bands and artists took to the stage over the 3-day festival, along with an incredible and diverse range of fun activities for all ages. There was a really bad dad joke competition, a dog fancy dress competition, a great market, food stalls, and so much more. There was even a circus school, which proved to be incredibly popular with kids. Of course, the festival would not be possible without the passion, dedication, and hard work of all the volunteers who give up countless hours of time organising it every year. This is a fantastic event and it has become a fixture on the local calendar. Everyone involved should be incredibly proud of another successful year. Well done and rock on, Culburra Beach Festival.
The member for Gilmore, and I call the member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I stand to acknowledge and give the most sincerest shout out to a state member in my electorate, a gentleman by the name of Jimmy McDonald. Jim brings to the state parliament a sense of enthusiasm, a sense of professionalism, a sense of efficiency, and the way he represents his people is second to none. It's an absolute pleasure to partner with him. And when Jim puts his mind to a particular task, it is foolish not to link arms with him and join the crusade. Jim McDonald, the member for the Lockyer, has asked me to join with him in advocating for one of Queensland's most vital transport arterials, the Warrego Highway, Madam Speaker. It's a piece of infrastructure that connects Brisbane to Toowoomba through the Lockyer Valley, out through Southern Downs. It's the main access road out of Brisbane to Darwin for the heavy transport sector, and it's also the preferred route for the heavy transport sector from Brisbane down to Sydney. It's the lifeline that keeps our regional and our economies moving, our produce flowing to market, our freight networks connected to our ports and to our cities. But for those who travel it, they know it's a highway that's constantly under pressure. Too often it's cut by floodwaters, too often the scene of serious accidents. Now, to say it's cut by floodwaters, Madam Speaker, I have been a member of the Parliament for 15 years and I can reliably tell this Parliament that every second year that road is cut. And it's cut at the Forest Hill, Fernvale Road, Glenore intersection. And Jim is asking for serious attention to be given to that intersection. Recently, I acknowledge the federal government entered back into an arrangement with the Queensland government into an 80-20 partnership for the Bruce Highway. We welcome that because when we were in government, we did all of them 80-20 on the regional roads, and the metropolitans were done at a 50-50. I'm today calling on the Minister for Transport and Infrastructure to add this intersection to the Bruce Highway, particularly in light of the demands that are going to be on that corridor as we start to prepare for the Olympic Games. We will be having some of the most significant equine events hosted in Toowoomba, and I can tell you from the amount of times that that road has been blocked, Mother Nature is not specific to a particular month. Floods can come in any month, and we should not be embarrassing ourselves by hosting events that are inaccessible because of these particular intersections. Jim McDonnell, you're a champion for the community. You and I will lock arms, get the costings together, get them down here to Canberra, and I'll lobby for you.
Thank the member for Wright, and I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's great news for locals across the Bellarine, the Surf Coast and the Geelong region, and it's all about healthcare. The Albanese government is making the single largest investment in the history of Medicare, so more Australians can see a GP for free. From this Saturday, the bulk billing incentive will be expanded to all Australians, boosting payments to GPs who bulk bill every patient. Nationally, it will mean 18 million more bulk billed GP visits every year, with the number of bulk billing clinics set to triple. And by 2030, 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed. After a decade of cuts and neglect by those opposite, bulk billing was in freefall, and we're now turning it around. Whether your family needs urgent care or regular checkups, we want every Australian to be able to access free healthcare with their Medicare card. That's why we're also delivering Medicare urgent care clinics for walk-in urgent care, with one in Belmont and one set for Torquay in my electorate on the Surf Coast. Cheaper medicines with no PBS script costing more than $25 from January. More free mental health support, including mental health prevention hubs, and more training for thousands of doctors and nurses to care for Australian families. Deputy Speaker, a strong Medicare doesn't just mean better access to healthcare. It means stronger families, stronger communities and a stronger nation. And that's exactly what the Albanese Labor government is delivering. As part of our work to strengthen Medicare, we're also putting women's health front and centre. From November the 1st, changes to the Medicare benefits schedule will give women across the Bellarine, the Surf Coast and Geelong more contraceptive choice, making it cheaper and easier to access IUDs and contraceptive implants. We're also funding free training for health practitioners in the insertion and removal of IUDs and implants through the National AUSLARC program. This program will boost the number of qualified practitioners and improve access to services, ensuring women who get the care they need close to home. It's all part of our commitment to provide Australians with better access, lower costs and more choices when it comes to their health care. And that's why we're also working with the state government to deliver the new Barwon Women and Children's Hospital in Geelong, ensuring local families will be able to get the best maternity and paediatric care closer to home. And that's why we're strengthening Medicare and delivering the quality, affordable health care every Australian deserves. Thank you.
Thank the member for Corangamite, and I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to pay tribute to the local Paradise Point and District Meals on Wheels. I recently attended their AGM and it was terrific to see the new air conditioning that we had recently installed, funded through a Stronger Communities grant earlier this year, was up and running, and with the warm weather in Queensland it was much appreciated. Big shout out to Cheryl, Paul and Di on the committee, and Michelle, who's the administrator, for their work and volunteering time. This is a critical connection for older residents in our community to have a chat as well as a meal. But special tribute must be paid to Jim Hall, who wasn't present at the AGM and who I was subsequently advised just this week had passed away at the age of 90. Jim gave 25 years of service to the Paradise Point Meals on Wheels. Vale Jim Hall. Deputy Speaker, I recently attended the Paradise Point Park Run's 10th birthday celebrations, and it was a great weekend with a green and gold theme, and of course I went along and had a run, somewhat slower than I used to when I was attending a little bit more frequently, but this event is something very close to my heart because back when I was in council 10 years ago I established this event, and now it's an outstanding success with more than 350 runners attending each Saturday morning for a run or a walk along our beautiful Broadwater. And special shout out to Councillor Shelley Curtis, who continues to support our local community, and it was also great to see Parkrun Ambassador Sally Cameron there as well that morning, marking what is a very important milestone for our local community. Deputy Speaker, I wanted to give a special shout out to June Cantrell and her friends at the Pacific Pines Seniors Group. I went out and visited them a couple of weeks ago, and we had some frank discussions about housing for older Australians. Many of these residents wanted to downsize, but the red tape and the incentives are just not there for them to be able to get into better housing. So I think the issue that they raised of downsizing and right-sizing for older Australians is certainly one that should be heard loud and clear here in Canberra. And to June and those seniors, thank you for sharing your stories with me. Deputy Speaker, I rise to commend Arundel State School after attending their recent Mental Health Day, which is called Mental Wealth Day. My thanks to Principal Landon Dare, P&C President Sarah Hannon for their leadership, to Leah Heap and the Mental Wealth Committee. They delivered a fantastic day's events. It was backed by the local Coomba State High School, as well as the ambulance service, Surf Life Saving, QPS, the Men's Shed, local footy teams and more. It really is a great way for the kids to check in, ask for help and make sure they've got each other's backs.
I thank the member for Fadden and call the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. In May, Maitland lost a legend. For 80 years, he worked 5.5 days a week in High Street. John Palmer Partridge, a gentleman of Maitland. Hundreds filled the town hall for his funeral, and local poet larrikin Bill Carney wrote this for him. The city mourned its loss last month. A nature's gent had passed on by, and gently twinked his star that night o'er icy crystal Maitland skies. A man from Boy of Head and Greeter stayed and played his life at home, but daily graced our city bustle aside our river low and brown. John Palmer Partridge, one of 5 from his good family, 3rd eldest, last gave 94 strong years of grace and passion, service now he's past. He came from schooling to retail, gents outfitting, short and trouser, learned his trade and kept a standard. Forever shorts his bent espoused. Years he'd wear them on that levee, but then McDonald's books his station. All his compass, book and journal, scribe and stylus, things of passion. School kids, teachers, custom passing, milled about him, got his grist. The book you're after, this one, that one, sure, he'd know it, never miss. And so it went for 70 years and 14, daily in his castle. Look it up and book it up, your interest in his mind would nestle. Ever present, ever patient, ever kind, as well to writers, poets, triers, fledgling authors, history scribes and poor benighters. Goodwill too came to him natural, beaming face on gentlest frame. He'd know your family for generations, and some he'd favoured with nicknames. But all along, despite this vigour, mildly woven, he, your vassal, the brightest star, was his mind, lay hidden beneath his own encircling bushel. Never one to seek the spotlight, trumpet his own worth or skill. Ah, but in the doing builds a legend down those years by craft and will. By presence, reputation, honourable action, calm and local law, John Partridge entered Maitland history. In his time, we wished for more. No more, as he'd prefer, where shoppers trawled the shelves in family, where he could grade their book lore, learning, open minds without TVs. More time of registers that ring, not beep machines with FPOS waves or swipe left and right as many crave. John Palmer Partridge gone, we'll miss you. Our history's annals add your name. You taught humility and custom, your like we'd hope to see again.
Thank the member for Paterson for that fine contribution, and I call the member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, as I travel the electorate of Parkes, that covers more than 400,000 square kilometres in New South Wales, I hear many sad stories about health and healthcare. I hear stories of people who need to drive hundreds of kilometres to see a specialist, a long and often anxious waits for appointments. I hear stories of people who arrive at hospitals suffering a heart attack or other frightening medical episodes only to see the emergency department is closed. I've heard about the long hours for those who are dedicated to providing health care for regional Australians and their frustrations at the funding decisions made by the Albanese government. These stories are there in black and white in a report released by the National Rural Health Alliance earlier this year. The Forgotten Health Spend. The report shows regional Australians received approximately $8.35 billion less in healthcare funding when compared to the urban Australians. That translates to $1,100 per person each year. The gap is widening, $110 per person over the past few years. Less money is spent in areas where more is needed. As the report notes, the cost of delivering services is higher in remote areas. Spending in some areas, such as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander primary health care, has actually gone backwards. Australians who live outside major cities have higher rates of hospitalisation, chronic diseases, premature and preventable deaths. The further you live from the city, the more likely you are to die from a premature death, the report states. Health services in rural, regional and remote areas desperately need more attention. They need more funding, they need better framework to work within, and they need better incentives to attract health practitioners. It is simply a matter of life or death in the bush. In Broken Hill, I've been working closely with the Rural Doctors Network and the Broken Hill City Council to help them find some solutions to the lack of sustainable healthcare services. Official figures comparing doctors to population ratios no longer paints the full picture, with the system making it increasingly attractive for doctors to work as locums instead of remaining in our communities. The result is a huge increase in expense and the lack of continuity of care. Locums cannot replace day in, day out dedicated commitments by GPs and specialists who live and work in our communities. Nurses and other practitioners are also feeling the strain of too much expected of too few, and it's resulting in early exits from our health industry. The Labor government is letting those practitioners and those communities down in areas where we simply cannot fail.
I thank the member and I call the minister.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Raise Your Voice in Parliament, now in its 5th year, gives young Australians the chance to share their hopes, their challenges and their ideas for the future directly in this place. And it's always one of the most inspiring moments of our parliamentary calendar. Now this year I have the privilege of reading a statement from one of my constituents in Cowan, Nina Shiloh. She's aged 18 and she has chosen to speak on the incredibly important issue of youth mental health and belonging. And she writes, "The mental health of immigrant youth is something that is often invisible but felt deeply. Behind the statistics are young people like me and my friends, carrying the weight of two worlds. At school, we are told to fit in, but less often than not, we are reminded not to lose ourselves at home. And in between, we are left wondering, where do we truly belong? Exclusion, racism, and silence break us down. I have seen friends hide their accents, stop speaking their first languages, and even laugh off racist jokes just to survive. Every time this happens, a piece of their identity is chipped away. And when young people feel like outsiders in the only place they are supposed to call home, the damage to their mental health is huge. The government must act now, she says. Schools need real anti-racism programs, not token lessons. Health services must have staff who understand our cultures, our languages, and our pain. And policies must protect us, not just on paper, but in practice. Because when youth feel they belong, they thrive. They carry their culture with pride, contribute with strength, and see a future worth building. That is the tomorrow we deserve. And I ask you, Parliament, to help us create it. Well, Nina, thank you. Thank you for your courage and your honesty and your vision. And thank you for reminding me of my childhood growing up in Australia and the pain that I had to overcome as well. You speak to so many people, both young and old, in your words. They are wise words for somebody so young. And they remind us that when young people are included, respected and supported, we all benefit, not just in Cowan, but right across Australia. So with that, I commend Nina's vision as a guide to a future that we can all, each and every one of us, both in Parliament and out there in electorates right across Australia, a future that we can all build together.
I thank the Minister and I call the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to start with a couple of very simple facts. Better, safer roads save lives. Better, safer roads boost productivity and they help us, who live in the regions, to get our products to market and keep our cities moving. Now, in regional Australia, Deputy Speaker, we're expected to drive cars which are roadworthy. Surely it's then reasonable for us to expect the governments to provide roads which are car-worthy, because too many people are killed and injured on regional roads every year. There are huge social and economic costs associated with it. And sadly, it's now apparent the federal government has actually given up on fixing regional roads. They're effectively flying the white flag. Instead of fixing regional roads, they now have a plan to just lower the speed limits. That is, the Albanese government's plan for regional roads is simply lower the speed limits. Now, Deputy Speaker, as a fellow Victorian, you've seen what's occurred in our state. It is the lazy option. Right across regional Victoria, on major highways, arterial roads, instead of fixing the roads, the Labor Party puts up signs saying traffic hazard ahead and then whacks up an 80 km/h speed zone. Now, the federal government is joining in the party. They're looking at reducing the default speed limits outside of built-up areas to 70 km/h or 80 km/h, and they're finally seeking some feedback from the community on whether it's a good approach or not. Instead of just lowering the speed limits, how about the federal government work in partnership with our communities and actually fix the road network? Because you are 11 times more likely to die on a regional or remote road compared to the cities. In 2024, 1,294 Australians died on our roads and 30,000 people were injured. All of the experts say you need a safe system approach. The safe system approach involves safer roads, safer drivers, safer cars and safer speeds. It is lazy to just blame the drivers when the government should be investing in a better, safer road network right throughout regional Australia. The productivity of our economies demands it, and the safety of our families also should expect it. But this government has cut the Roads of Strategic Importance program. This government has cut the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program. This government has not provided any new funding for the Princes Highway in 3.5 years. That is the road safety record of the Albanese government. They're failing to invest in the regions which generate the wealth of our country. So the message coming from Victorian motorists and regional motorists across the country is reducing speed limits is lazy, just fix our bloody roads.
I thank the member for Gippsland and I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is spring and there is so much great energy, growth and excitement. It's a wonderful time of the year. I feel really energised with spending time with whether it's babies, toddlers, students or graduates. And that's exactly what I've been doing in the heart of Swan. From sunset to sunrise, I saw sport in action, which started at Wilson Primary School and a new addition to the electorate where I went to their sports carnival and they've done a very exciting thing, which is renamed their faction carnivals, which they're in the process of doing. It's very exciting. Also, during a Mental Health Week sundowner, I joined ND Netball, another named sporting group. I was inspired by Louise Wallace, who is a veteran and a warrior for youth wellbeing. I'm so grateful to have had the opportunity to pass this grant on to you guys so you can use new bright pink bibs. I also have had the great opportunity to spend time at graduation ceremonies. Clontarf, Aquinas, Cannington Community College and the Support Centre, St Clair's and Alamein College. And each of those schools were full of pride. And to the students, this is an exciting new chapter. It will be a little bit scary, but I'm so excited about the opportunities that lay before you. Also, what was really exciting is I got to see my first round of the Swan Changemakers participants graduate from high school. These Swan Changemakers have had the opportunities to come up with ideas that have then been raised to the ministers. And so it was so wonderful to see these students graduate and help shape a better Australia. I also got to spend time at the Gosnell's Toy Library, which unveiled a beautiful mural celebrating both play and community. Toy libraries play such an important role in our community and it helps facilitate early learning. Also, just on Friday, I had the opportunity to do an amazing welcoming the babies function. We had probably 100 people in total, maybe about 50 toddlers and babies, and there was such a buzz in the room. We also had some phenomenal people that helped provide some really important information. So a thanks to Chris and Michelle from the Gala, Ellie from the Vic Park Toy Library, Wansley's team, Amina, and also Izzy from Brookman Child Parent Centre, and of course the wonderful Cassie Rowe. And finally to Saf, who was a university intern that came in and interned in my office at the last sitting. So much promise and opportunity. She was looking at AI and the role that it can play in the future of Australia. Super exciting.
I thank the member for Swan and I call the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, last month on the mid-north coast of New South Wales, the Labor government made a horrible decision to shut down our local timber industry. And the realities of the decisions handling would be comical if they weren't so devastating for so many and so futile in terms of what it will truly achieve. What we've seen is metrocentric government making decisions on the lives and livelihoods of regional communities without consultation, again, without consideration and without a real plan. If you were not directly involved or impacted by the decision and read Premier Min's decision, you'd be forgiven for thinking they've got it all sorted. But what these media concoctions miss is the reality of landlocking on our timber industry, on the forest industry itself, on the economic prosperity of our communities and the knock-on effects for our building industry, the very industry that we need to address our housing supply problems. So where will we get our timber from now? It's not going to be from Gippsland or Victoria. Best case, it'll be imported from other states or territories, but more likely from Indonesia, South America, from countries that don't have the same gold-class environmental standards that we do, and it will no doubt add to the cost of building a home. And how does this government intend to manage the 176,000 hectares of old growth to protect them from bushfires? Locking up land leaves unintended or untended and tracks and trails unmanaged, and is the equivalent of throwing the very creatures, the koalas, you profess to save into a tinderbox and praying they don't meet a match. And that's before we even consider the safety of our RFS volunteers. And they've imposed a moratorium. Well, why? Is there an expectation at the end of this period that we'll say, oh, the koalas are back, we can let the timber workers back in there? So what you're doing is putting the timber workers on job seeker payments indefinitely. There's no certainty for them. This has a serious impact on the mental health of these good, hard-working and sometimes generational timber workers, and has been done so to please inner city metropolitan voters who see the fuzzy koalas on the TV during the bushfires, and when the NRMA wants to put an ad on TV, well, our people should come first, and I condemn the decision.
I thank the member for Cowper and I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tonight, I want to say two simple words to Oz Harvest Tasmania. Thank you. Thank you for the food that you rescue, the support you give to our local charities, and the dignity and care that you deliver with both. Last week, I was lucky enough to be a guest at the Oz Harvest CEO Cook-Off, hosted at Design Tasmania, and it was an evening of pure joy. 18 local leaders hung up the suits, put on the yellow or coveted black aprons, and set to work for the afternoon under the guidance of two of our absolute culinary legends in Tasmania, Matt Adams and Craig Will. All the food for the night was donated by local producers, and it was superb, as you would expect from Tasmania. Once the cooking was finished, though, that is when the true magic started. People sitting together, volunteers, guests from local charities, the CEOs who did the cooking, local leaders, complete strangers from across northern Tasmania at two very long tables. It's amazing how quickly a table can turn into a community as people share food, tell stories, and discover shared values. We had MC, Susie Youssef, keep the room laughing and lifted. Spike Mason and Fiora filled the space with music that cut straight to the soul. It was laughter, it was food, it was music, and it was shared stories, and that was magic. That evening I speak about tonight, and I won't be able to mention thanks to every single person who took part because it would take up all of my 3-minute statement. But it was generosity, and it was hard work, but it was impact. Together, those 18 leaders raised over $113,000. The beauty of Oz Harvest is that for every dollar donated, it equals 2 full meals. So that means that that one evening actually helped Oz Harvest raise more than 226,000 meals for Tasmanians who are most in need. Numbers can feel abstract until you start to picture the faces. It's families who are going to eat together, hopefully at long tables like we did. It's children with full lunch boxes. And it's relief at hand that is needed. To Oz Harvest, to all the volunteers, to the charities and their volunteers, and to the partners who made that night possible, thank you for showing what people can do when they work together. Thank you for rescuing good food from landfill and ensuring that it goes exactly where it is most needed.
Thank you. The member for Bass, and I call the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The new member for Bass is a Tolkien nerd, I can reveal to the Parliament. Spent far too much of her youth reading big books like myself, and I found this out today at Parliamentary Friends of Children's Literacy, a very important parliamentary friendship group, and I want to thank new member for Bass, Senators Duniam and Tyrrell, for organising the event. And I think this is an important topic we need to talk about, just how much this matters to Australia's future and to our families. At the event, a young girl from my electorate, Charlotte, got up and spoke, and she did a fantastic job, and I said to her, if you write about a 2-minute speech for me, I'll give it this afternoon. And she did it, so I'm going to give it. Imagine me as a 14-year-old girl from Toowoomba. Hello, My name is Charlotte and I'm 14 years old and I live in Toowoomba. I'm here today because reading changed my life and because it should be able to change every child's life, not just mine. When I was born, I was very unwell and later I was diagnosed as profoundly dyslexic. Reading didn't come easily for me at all, but I had something many children don't, people who kept reading aloud to me, even when I couldn't yet read for myself. I had teachers who believed I could get there and parents who never stopped putting books in my hands, even when I rolled my eyes at them. There's another girl whose story began almost the same time as mine, and I'll call her Millie. We were born only a day apart. Today we live only a few streets apart, but our lives grew in very different directions. I grew up in safety and stability, whereas Millie entered child safety care at 6 months old. I am on the Premier's Reading Challenge Award list. However, she is no longer enrolled in school. The only difference between us is opportunity, not ability. I see Millie each week at the Lighthouse Toowoomba, which is a creative literacy centre in my community, an excellent one I should add. And when she's there, she helps write thank you letters, sorts books and other children and shines in every moment that she is there. She's bright, strong and capable. She hasn't failed. The system's failed her. That is why I'm asking you today to protect something very simple but incredibly powerful, the daily habit of reading aloud to children from birth, before school and throughout childhood. Reading aloud is not a nice extra. It's the foundation of a child's future. It creates language, connection, belonging and confidence. It builds a bridge into education before a child can build it for themselves. This is fantastic from Charlotte. I think these are very important words. The Lighthouse believes the only way to reach children like Millie is to reach all children without stigma and without barriers. And when books are normal, belonging becomes much more normal too. And I'm here asking on behalf of the next generation who do care deeply about every child having the same chance to stand beside us, not behind us. Please keep championing this work. Please help make sure every child is read to, every child, every day, because access to literacy should not be down to the luck of the cards you were dealt and the family you were given. It should be a birthright for every child in Australia. Thank you so much, Charlotte. Wonderful words.
I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Member for Groom, thank you for sharing that. That was fantastic. And to Charlotte and Millie, good on you. But thank you, Member for Groom. That was fantastic. But I want to talk about a special part of my electorate, the Indian Ocean Territories, Deputy Speaker. The Indian Ocean Territories are a truly beautiful place, full of diversity, a strong sense of community and a rich natural beauty which draws people to visit from all over the world. They are also some of the most remote communities in Australia. I've recently completed a 5-day visit to Christmas Island, meeting with community members and hearing from people about the highs and lows of living on the island. On the evening I arrived in the community and they put on an extremely gracious and moving welcome ceremony. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful display of their community and certainly their cultural heritage, including a traditional lion dance as well as a kompang and silat. Thank you to Suzanne Chan, Shasha Zanol, Azmi Yon, Bobby Asmad, and I'll provide these names to Hanzad, Asli Abashri and Chris Su for supporting the young dancers and keeping your culture so strong. I met with the Christmas Island Health Centre and heard directly from nurses and staff about some of the challenges delivering healthcare in such a remote part of the world, and I thank the manager, Stephanie, for facilitating our great conversations, and a huge thank you to the staff at the centre who go above and beyond their community. I visited the Christmas Island School, met with the deputy principals, Tina, Amy and Sarah. The school's an incredible success story and a testimony to the value the community places on education. The daycare on the island is an extension of this, and thank you to the committee who look after the future of the centre, as well as the workers Mahani and Andiwaya. I met with power and water workers who keep the island ticking and community powered. Their work is invaluable, and there was a young man named Adi who's looking for housing and working hard to get ahead, and also the hard-working manager Panki Lee Et, who helped lead the station. We had a great conversation with the Union of Christmas Island Workers, and I thank all the union members who gave me their time, and a special thank you to the Secretary of the Union, Gordon Thompson. I finished my meeting with the amazing and long-standing Christmas Island Women's Association. Thank you to the President, Jessie Sett, and Deputy President, Zor Pang. Thank you to the Administrator, Fazian Zanul, for helping facilitate this visit, for all the incredible work that she does advocating not just for Christmas Island but the Cocos. The Indian Ocean Territories are one of a kind and they persevere in the face of some big challenges, but they also come together to look after one another. Thank you.
Government business, order for today. Next order, Criminal Code Amendment, State Sponsors of Terrorism Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by the member for Fisher.
Okay, the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call on the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise proudly to support the Criminal Code Amendment, State Sponsors of Terrorism Bill. Violent acts of terror are the scourge of the 21st century, and entities that sponsor such hate must be treated appropriately. As currently drafted, only non-state actors can be specified by regulation as a terrorist organisation. This government is taking the action to adjust the framework to reflect the capacity for state sponsorship of terrorism. A terrorist designation carries a lot of weight. It's a serious criminal offence to be a member of, to recruit, and to provide financial support for sponsors of terrorism. It is a statement that an actor has taken or planned actions to harm Australians or Australian property. These are serious matters and need to be dealt with firmly by the law. Since the terrible events of October 7, 2023, we have witnessed appalling anti-Semitic attacks against Australia's Jewish community. Our intelligence and law enforcement agencies have worked tirelessly to understand the nature and the causes of these acts, and their commitment to the task must be commended. By late August, enough credible intelligence had been gathered and a deeply disturbing conclusion was reached. The Iranian government has directed at least 2 of these attacks on Australian soil. Iran has sought to disguise its involvement, but ASIO assesses it was behind the attack based on the Lewis Continental Kitchen in Sydney in October last year and the Adas Israel Synagogue in Melbourne in December last year. ASIO assesses it is likely Iran directed further attacks as well. In the wake of these attacks, we are left with damages in the millions, with Jewish people around the country feeling uncertain, frustrated and scared. An attack on Australians is an attack on Australia. We cannot forget that so many Australians derive identity from places of worship, and when they are turned to ash, people feel a deep and personal impact. We are acting for these Australians. I have a personal commitment to see this legislation passed, and beyond it, to seeing justice and peace for the people of Australia and the people of Iran. The revelations of these Iran-sponsored attacks have only served to reinforce my support to bring about a free Iran. I have long been on the record encouraging the peaceful transition to a just government in Iran, and for the Iranian people, my voice is one of many around the world calling for justice, human rights and a democratic Iran. I strongly condemn the executions that are still taking place in Iran and add my voice to the many who are rightly calling for these deaths to stop. We all know war is not the answer, nor is appeasement. The people of Iran need to have a peaceful transition to a democratic Iran, led by patriotic and courageous Iranians focused on justice, human rights and freedoms. Iranian people deserve free and fair elections, the freedom to practice their faith without hindrance and the ability to build their lives in the way they see fit. And I want to take some time to talk about one very brave Iranian lady that I know. Fahima is someone who has been fighting so much to see the IRCG put in its place. Now, Fifi's words are this, and they're very harrowing words, Deputy Speaker. As you know, our past truly never leaves us. Whether sweet or bitter, it remains like a vivid, unforgettable dream that follows us wherever we are in the world. Many people, from First Nations to migrants of all backgrounds, have often asked, why are you here? Why did you come to Australia? These questions have always taken me back through my memories, to the pain and the suffering I and my family endured. 27 years of longing to see my siblings, even once. The loss of my mother, who passed away before she could meet my only son. I lost my childhood. At the age of 14, I was in prison for 4 years, enduring physical, mental and sexual torture behind bars, until the day my 20-year-old brother was executed by the Revolutionary Guards simply for reading a newspaper. I fled my homeland, escaped the hands of the regime forces, and after 13 long days and nights, riding a camel through the deserts to Pakistan, suffering from fever and exhaustion, and spending everything my family could gather for my survival, I finally reached safety. Eventually, I presented myself to the United Nations and was granted refugee protection. And after 3 years of hardship, I received the greatest news of my life. The angels of this heavenly land, Australia, had accepted me to enter their country. I felt like being born again. Over time, I learnt to adapt to a new system and a new life. This country taught me the principles of modern life: equality, freedom and human rights, especially the equality between men and women. I learned that rights are not given, they are taken. I no longer felt as a second-class citizen. She told me then, when we first met, about her homeland, Iran, and the hardships she had endured. I still remember how difficult it was for her. She said, "My throat was tight with emotion. My lack of confidence in a second language filled me with stress." Fifi's words were, "You encouraged me, and in that moment I mentally compared your compassion and conduct as a lawmaker with those who hold similar positions in Iran. The contrast could not be even greater. I realised then it would be a mistake to even compare the two systems. But I realised something else, that I must act. I must break the silence. I must be the voice of my people. I must speak for all those women who, during the years of imprisonment, were taken from their cells at night, raped by the Revolutionary Guards under religious fatwas of Iran's clerics, and then executed so that they could not die as a virgin to go to heaven. That's one example alone that shows the cruelty and the inhumanity of the Revolutionary Guards. The world has witnessed their political and military violence across the Middle East, their involvement in trafficking drugs, weapons and money to support terrorist groups, and their campaigns of fear, abduction and hostage-taking. There are not many people that you'll get to meet that are as brave as Fifi, and I'm so proud and honoured to be able to call her a friend. But what we've seen through the IRCG is on our own shores are extraordinary and dangerous acts of aggression orchestrated by a foreign nation, aimed to attack our society, create fear, stoke internal divisions and erode social cohesion. This was the first point of where this government had the information to make a call, and we did not waste time. The Iranian ambassador to Australia was expelled from the country, and Australia suspended its operations with its embassy in Tehran. We made things clear: we do not negotiate with terrorists. The government publicly committed to amend the criminal code to allow the listing of state entities as terrorist organisations. This is that amendment. In this bill, we lay out the process for prescribing an entity as a state sponsor of terrorism. To prescribe an entity as a state sponsor of terrorism, the minister responsible for the AFP needs to be satisfied on reasonable grounds that the entity has directly or indirectly engaged in, prepared, planned, assisted in or fostered the doing of a terrorist act that was targeted at Australia, or advocating doing terrorist acts targeted at Australia. A terrorist act targeted at Australia includes an act that occurs in Australia, occurs overseas and harms Australians, or occurs overseas and harms Commonwealth property, for example, an embassy. The bill is appropriately balanced to ensure the listing of a state sponsor of terrorism corresponds with Australia's national security interests. The Attorney-General put it best: the government has taken the necessary time to get the framework right, working constructively across portfolios and across jurisdictions to establish a robust scheme that is appropriately balanced and targeted. Schedule 1 of the bill will create a new part of the criminal code to deal with state sponsors of terrorism and state-sponsored terrorist acts. We want to set a deterrent through imposing strong penalties so that we can continue to protect Australians. The bill will provide relevant definitions for Part 5.3a and its offences. It outlines the framework through which a state entity could be prescribed by regulation as a state sponsor of terrorism. It clearly outlines the penalties, the most serious end of the spectrum, displaying this government's commitment to stamping out serious criminal actions. The conduct poses severe threats to the Australian people and the places they go, as well as society itself. Conduct such as providing or receiving training connected with state terrorist acts, possessing things connected with state terrorist acts, collecting or making documents likely to facilitate state terrorist acts, other acts done in preparation or planning for state terrorist acts. It also introduces a range of other offences, not created on a whim, but closely modelled on the existing parts of the Act for non-state terrorist entities. The bill will make it an offence to finance state terrorist acts targeted at Australia, carrying a maximum penalty of life imprisonment. In recognition of the state entities are distinct to non-state actors, the bill provides general defences for some offences under the Act. The government recognises that individuals may be required to engage with a listed state sponsor for a legitimate purpose, owing to the nature of state sovereignty over their citizens. For example, where a person has to comply with a court order or specific laws in a country, such as the requirement to pay tax, fee or fine. Perform official function or duty for the Commonwealth, a state or a territory, United Nations or International Committee of the Red Cross. Perform official duties at functions for the UN or the International Committee of the Red Cross. Or obtain services provided by a state-sponsored terrorism or engages with the entity in relation to this service. If the service does not relate to state-sponsored terrorism, the service could not reasonably obtain from another person or body. This recognition grounds the bill in the real world. We don't condemn innocent people for having to deal with these entities from lack of alternatives. However, when there is a legitimate collaboration with state sponsor of terrorism, they will feel the full force of the law. The bill will make consequential amendments to a series of Commonwealth legislation. This will ensure consistency with the treatment of terrorist organisations and terrorist acts. Schedule 2 and 3 ensures that the existing ways that we deal with terrorism are extended to state sponsors. National security is the first and foremost concern of the Australian government. While state entities may be constituted differently for other terrorist actors, the threats they pose to the safety of Australians, our society, our values and our interests are the same. The bill will ensure that our law enforcement and intelligence agencies have the power necessary to respond to prevent and manage terrorist threats. Schedule 4 will make further amendments to the Criminal Code and ensure consistency in the way we deal with symbols of terrorist organisations. This is in line with our wider objective of helping Australians feel safe. The display of terrorist and hate symbols only serve to stoke fear and divide us. The bill will clarify what terrorist organisation symbols are, prohibited regardless of whether they identify either part of or the whole terrorist organisation. We know that state sponsors use various symbols to represent parts of the whole, and we are legislating to prevent their use. The Albanese Labor government is committed to govern for all Australians. Good governance should be smooth during peaceful times and meaningful when times are tough. In the wake of Iran's anti-Semitic attacks, we are acting swiftly and with resolve. No business owner should have to rebuild their life's work from scratch. No person of faith should have their beliefs ruthlessly attacked. Earlier this year, Australia placed their trust in Labor government to guarantee national security. While those opposite beat their chests without the commitment to back up the bravado, we are delivering. Terrorism isn't an issue of partisanship, it's an issue of sovereignty. It's something that affects us all. The bill is for everyone to feel safer at work, in faith and in society. For a nation of people that want a brighter, more secure future, we will provide that. I want to thank all the Iranian community that have spoken to me about this over a long period of time and shared their thoughts and their knowledge of what's happening. This is a result of their advocacy as well. So to Diego, Fifi, David, all those that have come and seen me and have come here and made representations over a long period of time with different governments, I thank them for their continual work in doing this. And in doing so, I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. And I call the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the Criminal Code Amendment, State Sponsors of Terrorism Bill 2025. The purpose of this change is to grant the government powers to formally list Iran's Revolutionary Guard, a military force embedded within the Iranian government, as a listed terrorist organisation. As no doubt members from this chamber will make clear today, this is an important step, one which some of us have been asking for on behalf of our communities for nearly 3 years. And while I accept that this is a step not to be taken lightly, I'm pleased to see that the government has finally acted. It has long been recognised that the IRGC is a sponsor of terrorism by groups such as Hamas, which are already listed as terrorist organisations. There is a history of calls for this action to be taken earlier, and I'm sure we'll hear about that from other members. And I have made similar calls in Parliament and in the press last year. But I'm inclined to leave aside assertions of "I told you so" to reflect on the profound significance of what has been now confirmed by ASIO and our security services. A foreign state actor has orchestrated criminal attacks in my local community, attacks they intended to damage our nation as a whole. Let that sink in. On October 20 last year, Lewis's Continental Kitchen in Bondi, a long-established family business in my community, was firebombed. I remember that day very vividly. I actually drove past and I saw the cars out in front and the police and services, and I wondered what was happening. And I was deeply concerned that this was another anti-Semitic attack in my community. As it emerged, it was. But I had no idea who was behind it. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard reached across the world using criminals for hire to set fire to a family catering business in Bondi. The owners have been dealing with the consequences ever since. I spoke to Judith, one of the family members, about her experiences, about the terror of being targeted like that and the wonder of, what has happened and why anyone would attack. And then to find out that it was the Iranian government or the Iranian Revolutionary Guard who attacked, it just brought everything back. Judith told me about the devastation to their business, how difficult it has been to rebuild. The fact that, as I know, if you run a business and your business is destroyed by a fire, the time that it takes for you to rebuild can often mean that you lose some of those critical customers that underpinned your business in the first place. And this is what Judith and her family are battling through, trying to re-establish that business under the shadow of being attacked by the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. There is much work that still Judith and her family are still doing to rebuild this business, and I urge the government to support that family and their efforts, including specifically their security, but there are other issues in terms of rebuilding their business as they are. Let's look at the purpose of this attack. The purpose was not just to attack one single business or harm one single family. It was to terrorise the Jewish community in Australia. It was to undermine our social cohesion across this country and to undermine and to try and weaken the multicultural achievement that has built modern Australia today. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard was seeking to harm our nation as a whole. Since October 7, all Australian communities, but particularly the Jewish and Muslim communities, have felt intensely and personally the impacts of the war in the Middle East. As our security agencies have now established, the Iranian regime sought to exploit the fragile environment of heightened tension to spread fear and sow division by targeting the Australian Jewish community through criminal proxies. My community in Wentworth, home to the largest Jewish community in Australia, was targeted in a spate of anti-Semitic vandalism and threats of violence. And now we know that at least 2 of those attacks, perhaps more, were orchestrated by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. A few months after the Bondi attack, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard also orchestrated the attack in Melbourne that destroyed the Adas Israel Synagogue. Again, the purpose was to incite hatred, fear and division, to tear at the fabric of our community, to terrorise the Jewish community and to undermine Australia's multicultural community. The social cohesion of our diverse nation underpins our success, and we must maintain it. That means defending Australia from malicious attacks, as this legislation seeks to do so. It also means proactively working to build the social connections and bridges between community that ensure that all are safe and all are welcome. With that in mind, I want to reassure Australia's Iranian community that they remain a welcome and important part of Australia's multicultural fabric. I know many Iranian Australians are equally appalled by the IRGC, as well as significant and substantial human rights violations perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Just a few months after I was elected to this place in the first term, I joined members of the Australia's Iranian community on the forecourt of Parliament House to mark the terrible murder of the young Iranian Kurdish woman Mahsa Amini by the despotic Iranian regime. The crimes of the Iranian regime continue, including the execution of over 1,000 people this year. We know now that the crime of the Iranian regime have also been perpetrated in Australia. The listing of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard sends a clear signal that we will defend our interests from those who seek to harm us. The listing of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organisation is overdue. I welcome this legislation and urge the government to act decisively.
Thank you. And I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 3rd of August, a protest occurred on the Sydney Harbour Bridge which basically shut down Sydney, the New South Wales capital. And this protest took place because an unelected official, a judge, overturned a recommendation by Premier Chris Minns and indeed the New South Wales Police Force against this protest happening. And what we then saw at this protest were people waving flags that should never be waved in Australia. People waving images of the Ayatollah Khomeini, Hamas flags, banners which were hateful in their wording. This is not the Australia that we should have in 2025 or indeed any other year. But the protest was allowed to go on because a magistrate, a judge, who was never elected by a parliament or indeed have their name on a how to vote card, went against what the Premier of the state and moreover the police force of the state wanted, because the Premier was right and the police were concerned about what would happen as a result of this protest. And we're seeing much too much of this. What we're seeing is good people, such as the Premier, and he is a good person, of good intent, who only wants the best for New South Wales when it comes to security and peace and harmony. His very right and proper and thoughtful and considered complaint against a protest going ahead being snubbed by someone who will, quite frankly, never face the ire of the public for a decision that they make. Now, each of us in this chamber, if we make a decision that the public doesn't like, we'll know about it. We'll know about it within an instant of saying it, or we'll be hauled before the court of public opinion, the pub test, soon after. And that's right. Have to be accountable, have to be transparent. But what we are seeing in Australia today is way too many demonic protests, particularly in Melbourne. Those protests the other day were beyond the pale. And I feel for Premier Jacinda Allen, and moreover I feel for her police force, because I know from personal experience, from a family member who has gone to protect and serve the people, and these protesters, and often they are armed to the teeth, they spit and kick and carry on. They are not Australian. And all too often lately we see them, and it's they are protesting about terrorist groups which should not be operating in Australia, nor should they be having people supporting them. It's not just in capital cities though. It's in my hometown of Wagga Wagga. We've got a group who like to regularly protest outside my office, and albeit sometimes they, most of the time they do it peacefully, but you know they're not disinclined to, whenever they see me in the main street, scream out baby killer and dreadful other things, daub my office with their ridiculous protests and banners and symbols, and then put up in shopfront windows things which are now before the New South Wales courts, and that case has been moved to Sydney, and hopefully hopefully the right decision will be made in that regard. But Wagga, the weekend before last, had the Fusion Botanical Multicultural Festival, and good people of good faith and good intent and good heart came out and celebrated all that is great about multiculturalism. And Australia and many regional communities is at the heart of multiculturalism. And I know, and I can see the Minister opposite, and she'll tell me that her electorate is very much front and centre of multicultural Australia, and she'd be right. But regional Australia is also too, because many of the migrants came out from World War II. They were Greeks, they were Italians, they helped to irrigate the Murrumbidgee irrigation area and enhance that beautiful area, and through their hard work and desperation and determination, they built a great life for themselves, and they brought great things to Australia. But why should their efforts be overshadowed now by people who are giving multiculturalism a bad name by protesting every other weekend and spitting and scratching and throwing bottles and injuring our police officers? This legislation is important legislation. It's important that we discuss it because terrorism, in all its phases and all its elements, is abhorrent, and we know that. And we know from incidents in just the recent past, the firebombing of a kosher restaurant, the Lewis Continental Kitchen in Sydney, on 20th of October 2024, and the arson attack of the Adass Israel Synagogue in Melbourne on the 6th of December last year, that caused an estimated $45 million damage. That's not Australia. That is not Australia. Now, we are very lucky in this country that we have very good intelligence agents. ASIO does an amazing job, and I have to say, it doesn't matter what government is in place, our National Security Committee do a good job. They do. And I know the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, it doesn't matter what persuasion of politics they are, always very fortunate that they have good people in good agencies doing good work to uncover bad people with bad intent who would do harm to our people. And I agree with the member for McEwen. The first order of business, first order of government, most important issue is national security. National security, keeping our people safe, keeping Australians safe. And I have to say, I see that Prime Minister Albanese, I know he's in Kuala Lumpur at the moment, I know he's had a meeting with Chinese Premier Li Qiang, I know he's given a thinly veiled swipe at him for the flares that were used against a RAF surveillance plane. I would have preferred that it wasn't just a thinly veiled swipe. It should have been I won't quite say a full-on shirt front like former Prime Minister Tony Abbott said of the Russians there at the time when we ended up with some Soviet vessels on our eastern coastline. But the Chinese need to know that this is unacceptable. And as I say, first order of business is looking after Australians, and at least Prime Minister Albanese raised this because it was right to do so, and I've got every commendation for him for doing that. It would have been a difficult conversation, but at least he said it. Now, this bill will enable the Governor-General to list foreign state entities as state sponsors of terrorism on the advice of the Australian Federal Police Minister, with agreement from the Foreign Affairs Minister. And aren't we fortunate, aren't we lucky, aren't we blessed that we've got good people in the AFP? And we have, and they are exceptional people. Exceptional people. This bill would also create new offences which would criminalise conduct engaged in by these entities. And it is high time that indeed organisations such as the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, we know they're terrorists. For far too long, we pussyfoot around these issues. Let's call them what they are. And I have to say, and I know it is difficult for the government when the ISIS brides returned here, you'll get all the shock jocks and all the so many people who call themselves patriots will say they shouldn't be allowed back into Australia, but they're Australian citizens. So you can't leave them stateless. They are entitled to come back here, indeed. But we need to know if they've been in the company of terrorists, then they are terrorists themselves. They are. If they're doing terrorist activities, they are terrorists themselves. And we don't know what we don't know. And, but fortunately, we have very good people who monitor these things. And if the government can indeed protect Australians in this regard by bringing down the strongest possible actions against any ISIS bride who've done the wrong thing, then they have my full support. They do. It's not easy being the Attorney-General, and I appreciate that the Attorney-General is in the chamber, in the Federation chamber, for this particular motion. I commend her for her elevation to that role. We came into the parliament together, and I've got every faith that she's the heart in the right place, and that she, like me and the Shadow Attorney-General, and all of us want the best thing for Australians. Absolutely we do. It also, this bill, would provide for appropriate defences, for example, for persons who are required by law to engage with a listed entity or engage with an entity for a legitimate purpose. It makes amendments to various other Commonwealth Acts to apply the law enforcement powers and other policy tools available in response to or targeted at the prevention of terrorist acts to be the new provisions concerning state-sponsored terrorism. In essence, it's going to give our police forces the correct muscle to be able to do what they were asked to do by governments. And when you are a police officer, when you put that badge on, you put that badge on to go and protect and preserve Australian life. And our police officers, we have to give them a salute because they do a great job. Hopefully, our police in Victoria, the Victoria Police, can find that mongrel, Desi Freeman, and bring him to justice. Because, you know, we've got a new band of sovereign citizens who think that they're entitled to do whatever they like in this country. They don't want to obey our driving laws. They don't want to follow our taxation rules. They're usually a bunch of misogynists, and they're doing the wrong thing by our nation. And I will say that. And they go way too far. And this is what happened down in that remote alpine Victorian country town. And hopefully they can weed that particular person out and bring him to justice. Now, the coalition has called for the listing of the IRGC for more than 2 years. We have. The Labor government, for reasons known only to itself, has resisted these calls. I do not know why, arguing that the current terrorism-listed enabled provisions under the Criminal Code do not permit the listing of foreign state entities. Now, we're going to provide the support to do that, to do the right thing in this regard. Now, the firebombing of the Continental Kitchen and in Sydney and the synagogue in Melbourne were the last straw. They absolutely were. I don't know why so many people in Australia hate Jews. It is just beyond belief why, and let's call it what it is. It is anti-Semitic and it's anti-Jew. And for whatever reason, we are seeing this proliferation, this rise of hatred in this country, which is unprecedented. I mean, October 7, 2023 was a dark day of infamy for the world. It was. And why and how we have allowed protests of these, I was going to say a word, I'll withdraw it before I even say it, but these people who want to promote Hamas and under the guise of River to the Sea and other hate-filled epitaphs and wording, I just don't understand it. It's not right. Why we can't get along, and I have to say this country is probably better at it than at multiculturalism than a lot of other countries in the Western world, which are seeing this rise of anti-Semitism. So anything that can be done to bring terrorism to the fore and to call it what it is has to be admired, has to be encouraged, and has to be supported across the chamber. I know I've been here for a long while. I've been here for a similar period to the Attorney-General. And whenever we had this sort of legislation All too often the Greens didn't support it. Thankfully, we've only got one Green in the House of Representatives at the moment, and she's not the worst of them. I will say that, but it is one too many, and they've never supported good legislation which call to account these sorts of things. But if the Labor government and the coalition can come together to support sensible, practical policy which will bring more peace and harmony to our great nation, the greatest nation on earth, the most welcoming nation on earth, then that is to be encouraged, that is to be strongly supported, and we should be doing everything we can to end these violent protests, particularly in our capital cities, but also in country areas. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my parliamentary colleagues for their contributions to the debate on this bill, and particularly pleased to be present for the member for Riverina's fine speech, because I always learn something from him. And I want to particularly acknowledge the service of his son as a police officer. He and Catherine should be so proud of his service to the people of New South Wales, and I thank you and your family on behalf of the Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, keeping our community safe from those who seek to do us harm is the top priority for the Albanese government. The government condemns in the strongest possible terms foreign states who seek to harm and terrify Australians. These actors seek to sow discord and divisions in our community, and they will not be allowed to succeed. The bill amends the Criminal Code to introduce a framework to list foreign state entities as state sponsors of terrorism and respond to state terrorist acts. The bill will also provide a comprehensive suite of criminal offences addressing state sponsors of terrorism and the acts they seek to foster on our shores. Law enforcement and intelligence agencies will be provided the same powers to investigate and disrupt these threats as they have for non-state terrorist acts. I also acknowledge the work of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security for its scrutiny of this legislation, with particular thanks to the Chair, Senator Ciccone. The PJCIS report makes two recommendations. The first recommendation is that the Parliament amend the bill to ensure that the PJCIS has ongoing oversight of any new powers or functions conferred on the Australian Federal Police as a result of the proposed Part 5.3a, consistent with the Committee's oversight of the existing Part 5.3. The Government supports this recommendation in principle. We share the view put by the Attorney-General's Department in evidence during the public hearing and on notice that nothing in the proposed Part 5.3a confers any new powers or functions on the AFP. Part 5.3a only creates new offence, not new functions, with the investigative functions of the AFP instead drawn from the Australian Federal Police Act 1979. However, Schedule 2 of this bill does make amendments to the existing Part 5.3 to ensure that powers exercised by the AFP in respect to terrorist organisation offences, that is, the various order frameworks in Divisions 104, 105 and 105A, can also be exercised for state sponsors of terrorism. Therefore, the Government maintains that current Section 29(1)BAA of the Intelligence Services Act 2001 would provide the Committee the function to monitor and to review the performance of the functions of the AFP under Part 5.3, whether engaged in by a state or non-state entity. Finally, the Government supports Recommendation 2 and encourages the Parliament to unanimously support passage of this bill. This bill sends the strongest possible signal that Australia condemns the actions of foreign states who seek to harm Australians. Any attack targeting Australia will not be tolerated. We must stand in unity against attempts to divide our society. In supporting this bill, this place would be displaying a strong bipartisan resolve in defence of our sovereignty and collective way of life. I thank the Chamber.
Thank you very much. And I now put the question that this bill be agreed to. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I put the question to the House that this be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No, the ayes have it. The Federation... Okay, I'll read...
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act 1995 and for other purposes.
Thank you. The Federation Chamber will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the Federation Chamber to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I move that the amendment circulated. I move the amendment circulated in my name.
Okay, the question is that the amendment be agreed to.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've listened carefully to the attorney who has indicated that the government supports the recommendation of the PJCIS recommendation number 1 in principle, but then went on to say that the government thinks that it's not necessary. So I'm not quite sure how that works, but be that as it may, I think it's important to put on the record the views of the committee, which, as the Deputy Chair, I support, and the reasoning why the committee made the recommendation that it did. And I'll quote, "The committee is concerned that the bill does not extend the committee's own role to monitor and review the AFP's functions under Part 5.3 of the Criminal Code to also include new Part 5.3a. In relation to the evidence from AGD giving reasons for the bill not providing it with the power to review the AFP's functions in full, under the new Part 5.3a, the committee notes that AGD has adopted a narrow interpretation of the committee's current oversight role in relation to the AFP, which does not capture the history behind the enactment of the relevant provisions in the Intelligence Services Act." And I would refer the AGD and the government to the history which is set out in the report. They go on to say the committee's power to review functions of the AFP in relation to 5.3 of the Criminal Code arose from recommendations in its advisory report on the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment Foreign Fighters Bill of 2014. The Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment Foreign Fighters Act, the committee said, of 2014 has passed inserted new paragraphs 29(1) BAA, BAB and BAC into the Intelligence Services Act. These new paragraphs, described in a revised explanatory memorandum and a supplementary explanatory memorandum, authorise the committee to monitor and review the performance by the AFP of its functions under Part 5.3 of the Criminal Code, report to Parliament on those and other matters related to the AFP, and allowed for related matters to be referred to the committee by either House of the Parliament for inquiry and report. The committee goes on to say, the bill in introducing Part 5.3a of the Criminal Code will extend the AFP's counter-terrorism activities to include investigation of a suite of new criminal offences for state sponsors of terrorism. If, as proposed by the bill, the committee's existing function to monitor and review AFP's performance of its functions under Part 5.3 is not correspondingly extended to include Part 5.3a, then the committee will not have oversight of this aspect of the AFP's counter-terrorism functions, except in the very rare circumstance in which a control order or preventative detention order is applied for in relation to a Part 5.3a offence. The AFP's functions in this space would instead be subject to parliamentary oversight by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement, which does not currently oversee the AFP's counter-terrorism functions. It's unclear why the bill would intentionally seek to introduce such an inconsistency. It follows then that it's important, both in terms of keeping the legislative schemes in Part 5.3 and 5.3a parallel, in keeping them subject to consistent committee oversight, for the bill to extend the committee's powers to monitor and review the AFP's functions in relation to Part 5.3a. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Coalition supports the bill. I've spoken at length about this. This is a bit of an esoteric argument. I accept that. But it's an important argument because the Coalition believes, as does the committee, and even members of the Labor Party on the committee believes, that without the amendment that I've circulated, there will be an inconsistency in the different ways that the PJCIS has oversight over Part 5.3 and Part 5.3a. And I'm sure that the Attorney-General's Department would not like to see that inconsistency. I accept that we're in a bit of a logjam as to they have one view, we have another. At the end of the day, what matters most is that the bill is passed. We certainly are not going to get in the way of the bill. We think that this is an amendment that is an important amendment to move to. It's a belts and braces thing. We want to ensure that the PJCIS is appropriately.
The member's time has concluded. Thank you. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All of those opinions say aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I note this amendment seeks to implement Recommendation 1 of the PJCIS report into this bill. As explained during my summing up contribution moments ago, the government supports that recommendation in principle. The government shares the view put by the Attorney-General's Department in evidence during the public hearing and on notice that nothing in the proposed Part 5.3a confers any new powers or functions on the AFP. Part 5.3a only creates new offences, not new functions, with the investigative functions of the AFP instead drawn from the Australian Federal Police Act 1979. However, Schedule 2 of this bill does make amendments to the existing Part 5.3 to ensure that powers exercised by the AFP in respect to terrorist organisation offences, that is, the various order frameworks in Divisions 104, 105 and 105A, can also be exercised for state sponsors of terrorism. Therefore, the government maintains that current sections 29(1)BAA and BAB of the Intelligence Services Act 2001 does provide the committee the function to monitor and to review the performance of the functions of the AFP under Part 5.3, whether engaged in by a state or non-state entity. For those reasons, the government will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. So now I'll put the question that the amendment be agreed to. All those in opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? No. I believe the noes have it. Okay. Well, as it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to this bill in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will be returned to the House for further consideration. Thank you. And we have the... Thank you. Gilmore?
I move that Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I second the motion. Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, the 29th of October 2025.